Hi, how are you guys? Good morning. Have you guys been here before? Okay. We have a guest artist today, Salvador Jiménez-Flores. The man with his back to us on the right. And he's working with our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. And he's not a glass guy, he's a ceramics guy. And so we're making his designs in glass. You see on the floor, that's the design that we're making. We make something complicated like that. We usually generally make all the little parts first. We, so we generally, and we put them in that oven over there, the silver oven, that's called the garage. We keep them warm. Then we'll make the main body and we'll stick all the little parts on. Yeah, that's an eye. It's an eye. It was kind of in the shape of a flower. Um, can we put the drawing up? See if we have that. Is that ready? Maybe not. Okay, so just to get you started, give you just a very quick introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's two of them, one on each side of the studio. If you look up on the big screen, you'll see a diagram. That's what they look like inside. So each one of them has a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot, there's 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees. And at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. We want to get it out to make stuff. We take one of those steel rods, and we dip it into the melted glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around. A little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe itself is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something larger, we dip it in, blow a little bubble, let it harden. Then we dip it in a second time or a third time. We just keep building up the glass in layers. All the glass that's in those furnaces is clear. It has no color. So if we want to make colored objects, we coat the glass with colored glass. You see these little, can we put up the frit drawing? So for this project, we're using what's called frit. Frit is just crushed up colored glass. What? Just crushed up colored glass. So we take clear glass out of the furnace, we roll it in the frit, it sticks to the surface, and then when we put it in the fire, the frit melts and coats the thing with whatever color we want. So you can see Sarah in the light gray shirt. She's doing that right now. So she takes it to that big round oven, that's called the glory hole, and melts it on. Can we put up the drawing? So we're working with Salvador Jiménez-Flores as our guest artist. He's the man in the center looking at the bench. And he's working with our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team to make his designs. So up on the big screen, you can see the design of the sculpture. Mr. Jimenez-Flores is he was born and raised in Mexico, and now he lives in the United States, and he teaches at the Chicago Institute of Art. He does work in a variety of mediums. The mainstay of his work is in clay. Can we put up some of Mr. Flores' work up on the big screen? So if you look up on the big screen, you'll see some examples of his sculptures. So Mr. Flores is working with our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. We have a resident team of glassblowers that work for the museum. They're super skilled. And when we have an artist from outside of the glass world come in, then the artist comes up with a design, and our team makes the actual objects out of glass. So right now he's making little flowers for the eyes of his sculpture. Generally, when we approach a complicated design like that, we make all the little parts first. We put them in this oven over here, keep them warm, and then we'll assemble it when all the parts are made. We have 4 glass blowers on our team today. We have Sarah Gilbert in the light gray shirt, Gabe Feenan, the man sitting down with the white hat, Jordan Lavelle in the white t-shirt, and Nick Davis on the far right. These guys all work for the museum, and when we have a guest artist, if they have designs, our guys will make the designs. Do you guys have any questions? Not yet? Yes, he's the guy in the cool sneakers. Does anybody have any questions? We have 2 basic types of furnaces. We have the glass furnaces, the ones with the doors closed where we keep the big tanks of melted glass. And then we have the glory holes. Those are the round ones with the doors open. Those have no glass in them. Those are just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. Okay, why do all the colors turn to red? The colors that you're seeing that red, that's the glow from the heat. If you've ever looked inside a toaster, when the wires are hot, they glow orange. or electric stove, when you turn it on to cook something, they get hot and they glow orange. So when everything is hot, it's going to look orangey. When it cools down, it's going to be back to the right color. Does that make? That is pretty cool. So as we're working here, all the colors will look distorted because of the heat. When it cools off, the reds and yellows will look like reds and yellows. So right now, we're testing out a pattern for the mouth. We press the glass into a special mold called the optic mold, and that gives it a rib texture. And then he twisted it, so the ribs, instead of going straight up and down, they twist around and spiral. Can we put up the optic mold drawing? So if you look up on the big screen, we have a little diagram. That's what we call the optic mold. It's a cast metal mold. It has ridges on the inside. When we press the glass into the mold, when we come out, the glass has that ridge texture. You're making that chalk drawing, can you see on the floor? So we're making all the little parts first. So we're making the eyes and the mouth, and we're going to stick them in this oven over here, keep them warm. Then we'll make the head, and then we'll stick on all the little parts on. It's going to be most of the morning. What? Sure, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep, yep, it's going to be a while. These things take a while. Can we put the drawing up on the big screen again? So if you look up on the big screen, this is the original drawing by Mr. Jimenez-Flores. Yes, it's supposed to be like a cactus. we put up the, you want me to put up the drawing on the big screen so she can see it's the same drawing? Yes. Hi. How are you guys? Good. Do you guys have any questions? You guys, I thought I heard you say something. So a lot of Mr. Jimenez-Flores sculptures are inspired by his own heritage as a growing up in Mexico, and about all the issues and problems of emigrating to the United States. Yes. Sure. So the glass is in the furnaces, the glass furnaces. You see where that guy just was, where the door's closed? Behind that door, there's a big ceramic tank. In that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So that's what the furnaces look like inside. So it's a big ceramic pot with 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees. At that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. We want to get it out to make stuff. We take one of those steel poles and we dip it into the molten glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. Once you get it out, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping we can while it's hot and soft. And when it starts to cool and get stiff, we go to the second type of furnace, and that's called the glory hole. The glory holes are the round guys with the doors open. Those have no glass in them. They're just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. Do you guys have any questions? Okay. So we're making a sculpture for Mr. Jimenez-Flores. He's our guest artist. He works, does all sorts of printmaking and installations, but a great deal of his work is in ceramics. He's never worked with glass before, so the sculptures we're making are his design, and they're being made by our resident team of glass blowers. I finally switched over to rechargeables.
Oh yeah? How they working?
They're perfect.
Good. Just letting me know that you had also they were all in play. So I'm glad they're working for you.
I haven't pushed it, but last weekend I used usually the regular batteries are a day and a half.
Yeah.
So Gabe is going over to our furnace. He's going to coat that with some clear glass. Each time we dip it into the furnace and coat it, it's called taking a gather. G-A-T-H-E-R. You shapen the glass on a steel table. The steel table is called the marver. M-A-R-V-E-R. Every once in a while, these steel pipes get hot. When they do, we take them over to the trough. It's called the pipe cooler. We spray water on the metal pipe. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. She's going to stretch out the glass. We're going to make a little loop. And this has eventually become the mouth of our sculpture. I think. Whoa. So he's twisted that up to give it some texture. So he's stretching it and twisting it so it has more kind of a twisted rope texture. He sticks it back on itself. Squeeze it down. And we're going to shape that into the lips of a sculpture. You can see a chalk drawing on the floor. That's what we're making. We're making all the little parts first. We'll keep them warm in the garage, and then we'll assemble it. Yes. I was going to take all morning. You guys know about our contest for kids? Any kid that comes to museum can do a drawing. Once a month, we pick one of the drawings and we make whatever the kid drew out of glass. We make 2 copies, one for the kid to keep and one for the museum collection. It's free to enter. There's a little table out in the lobby with drawing materials and entry forms. So if you guys want to do a drawing and enter the contest, it's cool. Can we put up some of the kids' design stills? So if you look up on the big screen, you'll see some examples of glass pieces that we made from kids' drawings. 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. That's 200 degrees hotter than the hottest volcano. So in the center, Gabe is making the mouth for our sculpture. Checking the dimensions. Once we finish the mouth, we're going to break it off onto that metal tray. And we'll put it in the silver oven called the garage, keep it warm. When we're ready to assemble it, we'll pull it out again.
Okay. Now we'll make this little mound. This is the one that's measuring powder. Yep. Does that have spots on it too?
Yeah.
What color? That color?
Same, like
Same? Okay. Sarah?
So the next part we're going to make is the cactus-shaped tongue. So on the table here, we have these little stainless steel bowls. They're filled with crushed colored glass. We'll take clear glass out of the furnace. We'll roll it in the colored glass and melt it onto the surface. So that's Jordan in the white t-shirt. He's got glass out of the furnace. That glass is clear glass. It looks orange because it's hot. What you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. So that's clear, but we're going to roll it in green crushed glass. So this tongue for our sculpture will be green. Hi, how are you guys? Those are the ovens that have the glass are the ones where you see the doors closed. There's two of them, one on each side of the studio. Can we put up the furnace diagram? So that's what they look like inside. So each one has a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the glass at 2,140 degrees, and at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So it's like a big giant crock pot full of honey. Yes, so once you get the glass out, it only stays really soft for about a minute. So you do whatever shaping you can while it's hot and soft. And when it starts to get stiff, you go to the glory holes, which are the round ones with the doors open. Those have no glass in them. You just put the glass in the glory hole for a little while, heat it up, it gets soft again, and then you do some more work. If you've ever seen anybody work at a forge, making swords or horseshoes, they take the metal, put it in the fire, soften it, work on it a little bit, put it back in the fire. Same routine you're going to see here. So if you came in a little later, our guest artist is the man in the yellow sneakers at the center of the workshop, Salvador Jiménez-Flores, and he's working with our Museum of Glass hot shop team to make one of his sculptures. Can we put the drawing up on the big screen? So if you look up on the big screen, there's the original drawing by our guest artist. And you see it's got a lot of parts to it. So we're starting out by making all the little parts first, and then we'll put them in an oven, keep 'em warm, and then we'll assemble the whole thing. So keep the drawing up for a minute. So in the center, Gabe is making that cactus-shaped tongue. Earlier this morning, we made the eyes, the kind of flower-shaped eyes. We made the mouth. All that stuff is in that silver oven called the garage. It's all being kept. The garage operates at half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make it soft. So whatever goes in the garage stays warm, holds its shape. When we're ready to assemble it, we'll pull it out and heat it up a little extra. Over on the right, Nick is making the little cactus fruits, the tuna. If you look on the, you can see it also on that drawing on the floor. There's sort of three kind of small fruits on the top of the cactus. Gabe in the center is making the cactus tongue. The color that you're seeing, that orange color, that's the glow from the heat. When that cools off, it's going to be green. All glass looks orangey when it's hot, no matter what color it is. As it cools, the orange glow of the heat disappears, and you see the natural color. Anybody have any questions? Yes. We're using already well, we're coating each piece of clear glass with crushed colored glass. Can we put up the Frit photo? So all those little stainless steel bowls on the steel table, if you look up at the big screen, they're filled with crushed colored glass. And we're rolling it in the crushed colored glass and then melting it on. But it doesn't mix. It only forms a candy coating of color like an M&M. It's all on the outside. So now we're flattening out our cactus tongue. So the man in the center who's doing the shaping, that's Gabe Feenan. He's one of our resident team of glass blowers. Our guest artist, Mr. Jiménez-Flores, is not a glass artist. We often have guest artists from outside of the glass world. When they come here, they come up with a design, and our resident team of glass blowers makes their design. Is the glass here the same as they use in bottles? I'm going to repeat the questions so everyone knows what I'm answering. No, it's a little different. The glass that goes into a bottle is made to harden very quickly so that machine can make 1,000 bottles in an hour. Our glass is formulated to harden slowly so you can work it by hand. That's the main difference. The chemistry is similar. They're both what's called soda lime glass. They're made of sand, soda ash, and lime. The proportions are different, and that's what gives it the longer working time. So the basic chemistry is the same, but the proportions are different. Answer your question? Does that answer your question? Yeah. So the three main ingredients in glass: sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand is the bulk of it. It's mostly melted sand. Soda ash is sodium carbonate. It's a chemical which lowers the melting temperature of the sand. And the lime is calcium carbonate, and that stabilizes the mixture chemically. There's also a lot of trace ingredients, but those are the three big ones. So Nick is going over to the garage. He's putting one of the cactus fruits in the garage where it'll stay warm until we're ready to assemble the sculpture. We rotate our guest artists. We have different guest artists come in and work with the team, but the team's pretty much the same. So now Gabe in the center with the white hat is doing what's called cane drawing. He's got a stick of colored glass in one hand and a torch in the other, and he's melting on the little spines on the cactus. Thanks. So it's just a stick of colored glass in his hand, and he just melting the tip and putting the little spines on the cactus. Spines are black and the cactus is green. The torch in Gabe's hand is a propane and oxygen torch. It has a 5,000 degree flame. It allows us to get one small area of the glass very hot very quickly. The furnaces and the glory holes run on natural gas and forced air. The torches run on propane. You have two kinds of torches. You have this one that Gabe's using now, which is a propane and oxygen one. We call it the hot torch. We also have one that's just propane, and that's the one that's sitting in the holder on pilot.
Need some readers?
So we're going to transfer our cactus tongue from the rod it was originally formed on to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold it from the top while we shape the bottom. So now the tongue is held by the round part of the tip, and now the opposite end is exposed, and we can now heat that and shape it. Can we put up the drawing up on the big screen again? So if you look up on the big screen, that's a drawing by our guest artist, Salvador Jiménez-Flores, and that's where the sculpture that we're making. We're making all the small parts first. So we're making, like in the center, we're making the cactus-shaped tongue. On the right, we're making the cactus fruits. They're called tuna. That's what Gabe is making over there. Gabe, sorry, Nick. I am getting old. Do you guys have any questions? Can we put up some of Mr. Jimenez-Flores' sculptures up on the big screen? So if you look up on the big screen, you'll see some examples of his artwork. Most of these are clay. His artwork is related to his Mexican heritage and also to this sort of nature of immigration to the United States, this sort of dual identities between being an American and Mexican. So a lot of his work has cultural and social and political implications. Putting the little spines on the cactus leaves. Hi, how are you guys? How are you? Oh. How are you? Oh. You're what? Oh, okay. No problem. Do you guys have any questions? It's going to take, I think, all morning to make this. Oh, yeah, no, all sorts of different things take different amounts of time. We can make a Christmas ornament in 3 minutes. We make a wine glass in probably 15 or 20 minutes. This is going to take probably 2.5, 3 hours. So we started working at 10 this morning. It's it's about 10 after 11. So we're working on it for an hour and 10 minutes so far. Yeah, yeah, we'll probably finish it this morning. We're just before lunch. Yeah, that would be my guess. That would be my guess. Right. Yes. Well, we invite artists who are not glass people. So he's mostly a ceramicist, and so when they're not glass people, they come up with a design, and our team makes their design. If they are glass people, if they want, then they take the lead of the team, and then they make the object, and we assist them. Yeah, I mean, he's just working with them, and it's not a formal approval process. He's, yes, and so we try to bring some new blood out from outside of the glass world. So we invite artists who have nothing about glass, but are interesting artists, and they work with our team to make their sculptures. Yes. The best thing I would recommend is to go to Mr. Jimenez-Flores' website. Yeah. Do we have do we have a guest artist slide with his name? So in the center, Sarah Gilbert in the gray shirt, is making one of the side leaves, one of the side cactus leaves that kind of look like arms almost. So these are going to be hollow. So Sarah blew a bubble of clear glass. We've just applied a dab of colored glass, and Sarah's going to push the colored glass backwards till it entirely coats her original bubble. This is called a color overlay. So we're putting the colored glass over the clear glass. Can we put up the color overlay diagram? So we have a little diagram up on the big screen. So we start out by blowing a bubble of clear glass. We drop a big blob of colored glass on top. Then we smear it till it entirely coats the original bubble. And then we'll dip it in more clear glass. And when we blow it up, that colored glass will line the object with color. The two colors won't mix. It'll be a distinct layer. But when you look at it, it'll, appear green or orange or blue. Look at this sample here. It looks orange. Cut through it. You see it looks orange, but if you cut through it, you see there's just that one layer of color. The reason that we do it this way is so that we can have any color we want, anytime we want. If we filled the furnace with green glass, we could only make green things. If we coat each piece individually, we can make things any color we want, anytime we want. We just pick the color that we want to coat it with. Does that make sense?
So how do you make the glass that uniform orange color? Just with the powdered colored glass?
Well, in this case, we use these color bars.
Okay. So they're pre-made from the manufacturer?
Yeah, we buy them like this. We cut off a chunk, put it on the end of one of those steel rods, and just get it hot and soft, drip it over there, and then smear it. Could we play the color overlay video? We have a little video show you the process.
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
Does anybody have any questions? Yes. Oh, he's doing what's called charging the furnace. Those metal tubes have all the ingredients to make the glass in them. So we're throwing them in. We'll cook them overnight. In the morning, we'll have a tank full of melted glass. So in this furnace, we're cooking glass. In this furnace, the glass is already cooked and ready to use. So we throw it in a little bit at a time. We'll let that melt. And then we'll throw in some more. So that glass will not be ready to use till tomorrow. If you notice, one of the glass blowers, Jordan, is sitting to the left of the workbench. He's the person that's blowing. He's blowing through the steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflating it as Gabe, sitting at the bench, shapes it. The gray pad in Gabe's hand that he's shaping the glass with is just folded up ordinary newspaper soaked in water. We put up the newspaper photo. So it's just regular, everyday newspaper folded up a bunch of times and soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, and it doesn't leave any marks on the glass as we shape it. Yes, sure. Salvador.
What's up? Yes. I'm not sure if I was able to hear completely, but you said that there's a lot of symbolism in the work, and what goes through my mind and heart to make this in a way. Oh, okay. Yeah. So a lot of the work that I do, I'm interested in kind of like capturing kind of like the Latinx experience living in the United States, and also how that could also be relatable to other immigrant groups. So a lot of the themes that I work with are migration, whether that's forced through, as in this case, in this country and in the Americas, slavery, or optional. You know, when people migrate to places. So I'm always thinking about history, reading history, and try to revisit those moments. And a lot of the times, the history that we read is usually only one version, right? So I'm always interested in seeing, well, what about the other side? And somehow I try to connect those in within my work. In this works that we're doing, I'm using the cacti as a metaphor for resiliency and adaptability. And that, you know, when you think about Black, Indigenous folks, and people of color, all the different complexities and struggles that they have gone through. I think about this plant that can also adapt and grow in almost any place and go through really harsh conditions. So I'm kind of like using plants, in this case succulents, as a way of connecting with people, but then there's a deeper story behind it. So it's just how do you access your audience? Because a lot of the topics are very heavy, but then that could be a window or a door for people to engage with the work and then dive deeper into it. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Uh-huh. That's a good question, and I think it could go different ways. You know, like when I came here to the States, I didn't know any English, and then I had to go to school and do all this, go through all these obstacles, right? And it's always like climbing or going around or so on. And now I get the privilege to teach at the School of the Art Institute of Chicago. So now I can work with students who also come from different parts of the world. And then what before was like a weakness that I couldn't express, now I use it as strength because now I can really relate with those students and they feel more comfortable coming to me as well sometimes. And and yes, I'm interested in this idea of language and how when we translate things, there's something that you lose. But I also use language as a form of power. In this case, it's like thinking about some of the titles of my work. They're intentionally mistranslated, or sometimes I don't translate them because it just sometimes you just can't translate things. So the tongue sticking out is almost kind of like coming to conclusion, like coming to a point where you're just being playful and having fun with language in a sense. But it's also this idea of like kind of like define all the expectations or the stereotypes that are thrown at you. You're kind of like talking back. So, but yeah, and it's an expression, right? Like we stick our tongue out when we don't like something or where we try to be playful or funny. So it's like very several layers within the work. And the great thing about art is that then the audience can really um, grab whatever they connect with or bring their own baggage to it and relate or get repulsed by it too. So, yeah. Yeah, thank you.
Does anybody else have any questions for the artist? Most museums you go to, all the artists are dead. So,
That's a good question. Lately, I've been thinking more about what other plants I want to work with. Right now, the cactus it makes more sense for me because that's a plant that it has those qualities that I'm looking for, and it's also a big symbol for Mexican culture. We have it in our emblem, we have it in our food, and it's just part of the culture. But even like the plans that I'm doing here are some sketches that might translate to glass. They're very abstracted and stylized. So I'm not interested necessarily in making a replica of what a prickly cactus leaf looks like, but kind of like my own version of it. And you know, these other versions of this kind of like cacti form, they also kind of like show like this danger, right? Like almost like barbed wire. And then that makes me think about borders and things that we're building to keep people off certain countries. But also that's a way of protection, right? Uh, so it's like, what do you protect and what do you want to keep away? So I use that motif as a, it's kind of like, it comes back in my work a lot, thinking about protection, but also like what you're trying to keep away or what they're trying to keep away from you. So it's very layered. But, uh, but yeah, I would like to think, you know, keep exploring different plants and maybe incorporate them later on. But right now, that makes sense to me right now. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, let's have a big hand for our guest artist.
And if you want, I can. This is a bronze piece. If you want to just feel it, it's just like from a pedal, but you get it to touch something.
There you go. So right now, Gabe is adding some of the spines. He's got a stick of colored glass in one hand, torch in the other. He melts the tip of that stick of colored glass and just dabs on the little spines. If anybody has any trouble hearing the narration, we have closed captioning up on the big screen, which is sometimes kind of funny, but the computer doesn't always get it right. But over on the right here, Jordan is laying his pipe in the pipe cooler. You just spray water on the metal pipe. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. No, they're all making different parts. I think he's making he's making the prickly pear fruits that go on top. Can we put up the drawing again? So at the very top of the figure, you see the cactus fruits. So we're making all these little parts. We place them in that silver oven called the garage. That operates at half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make it soft. So whatever goes in the garage stays warm, holds its shape. When we're ready to use it, we'll pull it out and heat it up a little extra. Hi, how are you guys? Good. You guys have any questions? We have two ways in which we heat up the glass. Sometimes we heat it up with the big round oven, the glory hole. Sometimes we heat it up with a torch. When we heat it up with the torches, we can focus the heat in a particular place. We can make just one part of the glass extra hot and extra soft. We can shape that part without disturbing the rest of the shape. So if you look in the center, you can see Gabe is holding that down at an angle. And when the glass is hot and soft, it'll stretch under its own weight. Make that part of the shape a little bit longer. Can we put the drawing up again? So if you look up on the big screen, that's what we're making. So that sculpture is designed by our guest artist, Salvador Jiménez-Flores, the man with his back to us. And he's working with our team of glassblowers to make. No, I think that's just a sample to show you. Yeah, so that's made out of bronze. That's not glass. That's cast from another sculpture. Yeah. Yeah. So Gabe has two little pads of cork. The cork allows us to press on the glass and shape it without leaving any marks. Can we put up they're making one of the side arms, that cactus leaf that kind of look like arms. You can see on that drawing. So you see it's got two kind of cactus leaves that kind of look like arms. That's what they're making now. So if you just came in, we have a guest artist today, Salvador Jiménez-Flores. He's the man holding the water bottle over on the right. He's working with our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team to make one of his sculptures. He's our guest artist. He works mainly in ceramics. We'll show you in a few minutes. We'll show you some of his ceramic sculptures. And this is his first time working with glass. So when we have a guest artist from outside the glass world, they come up with a design, and our crack team of glass blowers makes their design. Can we put up the design for this sculpture? The drawing? So that's the design, and you can see it's made with a bunch of little parts. So we're making all the parts first. There's small parts. We'll place them in that oven over there, keeping them warm. And when we'll make the main head, and then we'll start to stick all the little parts on. So far, we've made the tongue and the mouth. We made one of the little cactus arms. We're making the second one now. We made all the little cactus fruits on the top. Those are all in the garage. We made the eyes. So can we put up some of Mr. Jimenez-Flores' work up on the big screen? So these are some of his sculptures. His sculptures usually often address the difficulties of living in two cultures. He was born and raised in Mexico, and now lives and works in the United States. So there's all sorts of challenges and cultural adjustments to having a life with both cultures. These are clay or bronze, and the sculptures that we're making today are glass. Anybody have any questions? So these prickly pear cactus leaves have a flat cross section. So Gabe in the center has two pads of cork, and he's squeezing the glass bubble to get that flat cross section. Oh, I think we started at 10. I think we're gonna quit for lunch, maybe 12:15. Then we'll come back in the afternoon. We'll probably have another hour or so to put in, so maybe 2.5, 3 hours total. That's the quick part, actually. It's making all the little things. That takes time. After lunch, yeah. That'll probably be around 1:30. Oh, we still have to make some parts after lunch, so I don't know, maybe 2 or something. Okay, when we're finished with the piece, when we're first forming it, we make a little notch in the glass. We're ready to take it off the pipe. We drip some water into that notch. The cold water hits the hot glass and cracks it. And then when we tap on the pipe, the crack follows the notch. See. You'll see them do that with this cactus leaf. Once we get it all shaped up and decorated, we'll switch it to another pipe. We'll put a little water in that notch and tap, off it'll come. Hi. You guys have any questions? Can we put the drawing up again? So if you look up on the big screen, you'll see Mr. Jimenez-Flores drawing for the sculpture that we're making. We're making it in parts. So right now we're making one of the side leaves that are cactus leaves that kind of look like arms. Now Gabe is adding the spines. He's got a stick of colored glass in one hand, a torch in the other. He's heating up the tip of that stick and just dabbing on little drops of molten glass for the spines. Something like that. So we're going to be taking probably an early lunch, maybe 12:15, 12:30. And then we'll be back, take an hour lunch. We'll be back in an hour and continue making the sculpture. It's Salvador Jiménez-Flores, and he's not on the floor at the moment. We put up the drawing again. Oh wait, no, we can't. Not a moment. So if you look on the floor, you see the design drawn in chalk. That's what we're making. Do you guys have any questions for the artist, Mr. Salvador Jimenez-Flores? Nice, he's a nice guy. Don't be scared.
Huh? We started this morning.
10 o'clock.
There's a rough sketch of what's gonna happen.
That's,
They're
that's the
working on
entire
different
sculpture,
components, yeah.
and they're making one
Yeah.
of the cactus leaves that kind of looks like an arm. That's what that.
They make them in components first. They put them in the garage,
That was my
and then they
question.
assemble them.
So there's other pieces already made.
Yeah, components. And yesterday we did 2 pieces, but those they don't come out until after a few days, right?
Yeah.
And then we want that other kiln.
Everything that we make has.
Of course. I mean, I don't do glass, so it's like
Faces of
collaborating
cactus
with
coming
it.
out of their
Yeah.
heads all the time. Yeah. It's very fun.
So it's great to work with a team that
Yeah.
really understands their craft and then we get to execute all of that very amazing way.
So we transferred the cactus leaf from the rod it was originally formed on to a second steel rod called the punty. It's held from the top of the cactus leaf. Now the bottom is exposed. The bottom can now be heated and shaped. Does anybody have any questions? Mr. Jimenez-Flores is our guest artist from Wednesday through Sunday. And he's working with our resident team of glassblowers. Gabe Feenan in the white hat at the center of the workbench. Jordan Lavelle in the white t-shirt. Sarah Gilbert in the gray t-shirt. We often invite guest artists from outside of the glass world. Majority of Mr. Jimenez Flores' work is ceramics. So when they come, when they're not glass makers themselves, they come up with a design, and our team makes it to their design. Yes. No. No. The best place to see the finished thing would be to go to Mr. Jimenez-Flores' website, and maybe up in a couple of months. When the artist finish, not every artist that makes stuff here has an exhibition here. So they take it home with them, and probably their website would be the best place to see the finished object. So Mr. Jimenez-Flores says uh, that probably the best place to see the finished objects will be on his Instagram page. And probably that'll be, I don't know, a couple of weeks, 2, 3 weeks from now when he gets them home. All the colors will look different. All the colors that you're seeing as we're working are distorted by the heat. The cactus leaves are green. Obviously, they don't look green right now while we're making them. So we place the leaf in the garage. The garage is a silver oven with the curved side. And that'll keep it warm until we're ready to assemble the sculpture. Yes. Well, he's not really a glass artist. Yeah, he's mostly ceramics, but we've invited him to come here and try working with our team on glass. Well, that's a question for Salvador. Salvador.
To make ceramics? Well, I started. I'm all over the place. I do. My training is in graphic design, and then from there I went to drawing, and then I took a ceramic class in grad school, and that kind of like took over. And then from there, because it's such a great material. The way I see ceramics is almost as important as drawing. They really give you like a good way to capture your thoughts and ideas in a three-dimensional form. So since then, I've been able to translate ceramic or the clay pieces into bronze. Now, glass. This is the first time that I try to do glass and some other mediums. So I guess what holds everything together in my work it is the themes that I spoke a little bit earlier, thinking about um, my own personal experience, but also thinking about the immigrant community and thinking about racialized groups and thinking about all those topics and try to bring it into the work. So that's kind of like what brings everything together. And then the medium is just kind of like a second nature. And the nice thing about the different mediums, like for instance with clay, I felt really connected because it has just a long history, right? That material has been with us for millennia. So then I was able to connect with some of the pre-Columbian um, images and works that were done in the Americas, and that's an inspiration for me. Like looking back to what was done here before colonization and those things. Oh, they were so excited. Yeah, they were like, "Oh, you can do that as a hobby, and and you can do something else." But it took a while to just, I had to make a decision. I was like, "No, this is what I want to do," and now they see that I can sustain it life as an artist, and they're okay. But before it was like, "Oh, you can do that as a hobby and do something else." But now they're okay with it, and even my younger sibling they started to make art as well. So now, yeah. But yeah, any other question? I have three brothers and one sister. So um, I'm second to last, so mhm. So I'm older and one younger.
Do you think working in glass will change what you can express in art, what you can do?
I think so. I feel like just being exposed or having access to new material definitely changes the way you think or the possible things that can be made. I think it might just take some time to process everything that I'm learning in these 5 days that I'll be here, and then see how I could potentially keep coming back if possible, or just also try to embrace the properties of the material. Like I have some ideas, but I'm also open for for the artists here who are masters in their medium to bring their knowledge, and it's more like a collaboration. Like have an idea, but they really bring all the technical skill to make it happen.
Would you like to be able to do the manipulation of the glass eventually?
I think it will be great, but it will probably take me a while before I even get to do something like this. But it will be fun. It will be fun to try it out. We don't. We do a little bit of glass casting there. Uh huh. Because it's a little bit less equipment. Um, but yeah, blowing glass I haven't really done much. Yeah, no. But there are other community centers in Chicago where I could potentially try to go and get my hands dirty. Hmm.
Is everything they're doing right now for this piece?
Yes.
Okay, so these orange things she's doing now are part of the sculpture.
That one, I think they're gonna make one more paddle, and then Nick over there, he was making the prickly pear, the fruit, the cactus fruit
Okay, so those are gonna go on top of
on
that.
top. Yeah. So probably after lunch, they're gonna make the big piece at the bottom and kind of like assemble everything else on top of it.
Is this a prickly pear they're making now?
Um,
Another pad?
yeah, one of the petals. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, it's a long process.
And what did they do this to make it prickly?
So Sarah's letting her bubble cool and stiffen a bit. We're going to coat it with some clear glass. Cool and stiffen. Cool and stiffen. There we go. The computer sometimes doesn't quite understand what I'm saying. Yes. Yes, that's what they're making right now. They just made one. We put it in the garage. This is the second one. No, not fingers. They're sort of they're cactus leaves that are kind of shaped like arms on the side. No, no flames, not yet. They will make those. Yeah, we'll make everything. But so you see, there's two. Can we put up the drawing? Okay. So there's two kind of leaves that look almost like arms on each side of the head. That's what they're making. So Jordan sitting to the left of the workbench, he's blowing, inflating the glass as Gabe, sitting at the workbench, shapes it. When he points it down at an angle like that, the glass is hot and soft, and it will stretch under its own weight. So he's making the bubble longer. So they're just letting that bubble stretch under its own weight. They're making a little notch in it. That notch is where they can break the glass away from the metal pipe once they're done shaping. The tool in Gabe's hand is called the jacks, and making that notch is called jacking it down. The two pads in Gabe's hand that he's flattening the glass with are made out of cork like in a wine bottle. They allow us to press on the glass and flatten it without leaving any marks. So if you just came in, our guest artist is Mr. Salvador Jiménez-Flores. His hands behind his back in the yellow sneakers, and he's working with our resident team of glassblowers to make one of his sculptures. Mr. Jimenez-Flores is not a glassmaker himself. We often invite people from outside of the glass world as guest artists, and when they do, they come up with a design and our team here makes their design. So we put the drawing up on the big screen. So if you look up on the big screen, there's the design of the sculpture that we're making. We're making it in parts. The part that we're making right now is one of the little cactus leaves that kind of looks almost like an arm that comes out of the side of that head. So as we make each part, we'll put it in this oven over here called the garage, keep it warm. When we get all the parts made, then we'll start to assemble it. Has anybody got any questions? Mr. Jimenez-Flores is currently teaching at the Art Institute in Chicago, and he's our guest for 5 days, and working with our team to make his sculptures in glass. We put up some examples of his artwork up on the big screen. So his work is influenced. He was born in Mexico. He grew up there. He's now living and working in the United States. And a lot of his work is influenced by the notion of immigrating and dealing with the challenges of adapting to these sort of two different cultures. So on the floor there, we're adding the spines to the cactus leaves. We're doing what's called cane drawing. We have a stick of colored glass in one hand, a torch in the other, and we're melting on all the individual spines on the cactus leaf. Does anybody have any questions? Yeah. I'm not sure what you're asking. Oh, if they make a mistake? It depends. It's like anything else. Some mistakes are correctable, some are not. So. By who? Nope. No, people have been blowing glass for 2,000 years. No, everything he does is based in traditional techniques, yeah. Oh, by the first, second century AD, almost everything that we do today was done back then. Mr. Jahuli is a very interesting artist, but he didn't invent any of it. Yeah, well, we have a drawing on the floor, And can we put up the original drawing up on the big screen? Oh, he's taken some measurements off the drawing. And you'll see every once in a while he have a pair of calipers and he'll compare it to what he's making, see if it's the right size. So if you look up the big screen, that's the original drawing. So he's taken measurements off that original drawing. So now we're going to transfer the leaf from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. This second steel rod will hold it from the top while we shape the bottom. Jordan in the white t-shirt is preparing the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. He's going to bring it to Gabe. Gabe will stick it on the top, and then we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. When they feel that bond is stiff enough, they'll break the glass away from the original pipe. He'll take his tweezers, dip them in water. He'll drip a little water in the notch he made earlier. Here he goes. The water will crack that glass, gives it a tap, and off it comes. So now it's held from the top. The bottom is exposed. The bottom can now be heated and shaped. Does anybody have any questions? Yes. I'm thinking probably 3, maybe 3.5. Yes. Yes. I'm guessing. Yes. Oh, these guys are our resident team of glassblowers. Dave is leading our team. He's got 27 years blowing glass. They're about 24 years.
So what is this little thing that you, is it like a shaper or?
Oh, yeah, those are cork blocks for shaping the glass. The cork allows us to press on the glass without leaving any marks. Oh, we borrowed it from Venice. We saw people in Venice do it, and now we do it. Oh, cool. Oh, no, no, that's what I'm here for. That's my job. Talking to you guys. It's probably going to be, I would say, about 3 hours, maybe a little more. So we started at 10 this morning. We'll probably break for lunch at about 12:30, and we'll come back and finish it. That'll so be maybe 1:30 of, yeah, I would say about 3 hours total. These are called color bar. This is how we get our colored glass. All the glass in the big furnace is clear glass. When we want to make a colored object, we heat up a chunk of the colored glass. We blow a bubble of clear glass from our furnace. We heat up a chunk of the colored glass, and then we coat that clear bubble with the colored glass. So this way, we can have any color we want, anytime we want. If we filled up the furnace with colored glass, with say blue, we could only make blue things. But if we coat each piece individually, then we can make any color anytime we want. So these we buy commercially. There's 2 companies in Germany that make these colored bars. And they have, like, I don't know, almost 200 colors. It depends on what you're making. Yeah, well, I mean, just, if we have to cover a large object, then maybe we'll use a whole bar. If we're making little things, we'll use a little chunk. Yeah, not that much. Nope. It doesn't take a lot, really. No. Uh, so if you look at this sample here, so this looks orange, but if you cut through it, you'd see that the orange, so it's just basically lined with orange. It does look like roller tape. They just made this sample so you could see that it's just that one layer. We can reuse our clear waste. We don't have a good way of reusing our colored waste because the big furnace where we melt it is all clear, and we can't throw red and blue and green in there. So we save our clear waste, and that eventually goes back in the furnace, but little scraps of clear, we don't have a good way of recycling them. We toss them mostly. Every once in a while, we can find an artist to, grab them and make something out of them, but most of the time, it's in the trash. So he's making he's adding the little, these forms are supposed to be like the leaves of the prickly pear. Oh, yes. Oh, he was making the cactus fruits, the prickly pear fruits. Those are going to go on top. Gabe is putting the spines on the cactus leaf. Does anybody have any questions? Yes. How hot do they have to get the piece to do what? Oh, it's probably, I would say, about 2,000 degrees to melt those little sticks on and dab them on. Yes. They all have different plans. It depends on, some is like these sculptures that Mr. Jimenez-Flores is making. They take a long time. Sometimes people make things that take a shorter time, so they make more of them. It varies from artist to artist, depending on what their plans are. So we just make whatever they want. So over to the left, Nick in the overalls is taking the raw ingredients of the glass called batch and shoveling them into that furnace. Those ingredients will cook overnight. In the morning, we'll have a tank full of glass. So we have two furnaces. One we're cooking glass in, the other furnace, the glass is already cooked up and ready to use. So I think we're breaking for lunch. We'll be taking an hour lunch. We'll be back in an hour. If anybody has any questions before I go to lunch? Yes, hold on. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So that's what the furnaces look like inside. There's a big ceramic pot with 1,000 pounds of melted glass in it. Thanks for coming in, guys. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Museum of Glass. Today we have a guest artist, Salvador Jiménez-Flores, and he's working with our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team to make some of his sculptures. There's the man himself. We often, yay, there you go. We often invite people from outside of the glass world. He does a lot of different things. He does printmaking and installations and a lot of ceramics. And so we've invited him to come here and work with our resident team of glass blowers. So the sculptures that we're making are his design, but they're being made by our team. Can we put up the drawing up on the big screen? Maybe not yet. Okay. Oh, there it is. So if you look up on the big screen, this is the drawing of the sculpture that we're making. When we make a complicated sculpture like this, we make all the little parts first, and we put them in this silver oven over here called the garage, keep them warm. We're ready to, we'll get all the parts made, then we'll start to assemble it. So just to get you guys started, I'll just give you a very brief introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's two of them, one on each side of the studio. Inside those furnaces, you can see the diagram up on the big screen. Inside each one is a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees, and at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. 2,100 degrees is as hot as the hottest volcano. When we want to get the glass out to make stuff, we take one of those steel pipes that everyone has, and we dip it into the melted glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around, a little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something larger, we dip it in, blow a little bubble, let it harden, then we dip it in a second time or a third time, and we just keep building up the glass in layers. Once we get the glass out of the furnace, it only stays soft for about a minute. So we do whatever shaping we can while it's still hot and soft. And when it starts to cool and get stiff, then we go to the second type of furnace. The second type of furnace is called the glory hole. The glory holes are the round ones with the doors open. They have no glass in them. They're just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. Does anybody have any questions so far? Yes. Where do we get the glass? The ingredients? We get it from a company called Spruce Pine Batch in North Carolina, and they make a glass that's specifically formulated for hand glass blowing. So our glass is a little bit different than the glass that you have in bottles. The glass that you have in bottles is formulated to harden very quickly, so a machine can make 1,000 bottles in an hour. Our glass is formulated to harden slowly. You can shape it by hand. So in the center, we're heating up some colored glass. We're going to blow a bubble of clear glass, and then we're going to coat it with the colored glass. And this bubble that we're making is going to be the head of the sculpture. All the little details, the eyes, the mouth, the tongue, all that stuff is already made and in our garage. So that's what we were doing all morning. Now we're going to make the main body of the sculpture, and we're going to stick on all the little parts. Now, Nick, over to the right of center, he's dipping his pipe into our big tank of molten glass. The glass that he pulled out is clear glass. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. The glass that he's working with is clear glass. It's just very hot, and it's glowing orange. So over on the far right, Jordan in the white t-shirt, he's got the bar of colored glass. Nick is blowing a bubble of clear glass. Nick, the guy with the shaved head. And we're going to coat the clear bubble with the colored glass. Does anybody have any questions? Yes. There's two kinds of ovens. There's the furnaces where we keep the molten glass. Those are on 24/7. The glory holes, the round ones with the doors open, they're only on during the working day. Sarah, in the center, is making what's called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. That's the pipe that we're going to use to hold the sculpture while we assemble it. These are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team: Sarah Gilbert, Jordan Lavelle, Gabe Feenan, and Nick Davis. They work for the museum, yep. Yes. No, it's car washers.
So they're professional artists.
Yes, Gabe's leading our team, has 27 years of glass blowing. Sarah has 24. Nick, I think 23 or 24. Not at the moment. Oh, yeah, yeah. No, they're all very talented artists, but today they're at work. So over on the right, Nick has coated his bubble with the colored glass. He's going to let that cool and stiffen a bit, and we're going to start to coat it with more clear glass. When we coat a bubble with colored glass, it's called a color overlay. Can we put up the color overlay diagram? So we blow a bubble of clear, we drop some colored glass on top, we smear it till it entirely coats the original bubble, and then we're going to dip it in more clear glass. So when we blow that bubble up, that colored layer will line the object with color. So now Nick's going to shape the bubble using a tool called the block. The tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn too much, and it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. So now Nick is shaping the glass. The pad in his hand is just folded up ordinary newspaper soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. So we're letting that bubble cool and stiffen, and we're going to coat it with more clear glass. Each time we dip it into the furnace, only a certain amount of glass will stick to it. So if we want a lot of glass, we have to build it up in layers. Each time we dip it in, it's called a gather, G-A-T-H-E-R. So sometimes it takes, 3 or 4 gathers till we have all the glass we need to make whatever we're making.
The chalk drawing that's on the floor there,
Yes.
is that the duplicate of the child's drawing that you're duplicating?
There's no children involved.
Well, I
This is
thought
our
there was
guest
a-
artist.
Oh, okay. When you first came on the screen, there was a child's drawing, I thought, and they said,
No,
"We're
it was a
gonna be
grown-up's
making
drawing.
this."
That's our guest artist.
Your guest artist drawing, so that is what they're making.
Yes, that is what they're making.
Okay,
No children involved at all.
all right.
What?
Of course.
Horse?
I, honey,
Okay, we,
I said children, so I misunderstood, it's my mistake. Okay, got it. I
We do
just
have a project that we do with children. And this is Jordan in the white T-shirt. He's taking the pipe over to the pipe cooler. That's a steel trough. We just spray water on the metal pipe. If it becomes hot, and that cools it down. So Gabe is letting that bubble cool and stiffen. And we're going to put another coating of clear glass on top of that. Once we get all the glass we need, we'll shape it up till it's nice and even, and then we'll start to blow it up to its full size and shape. If you look at the bubble now, you can kind of see the layer of the colored glass on the inside and the clear glass surrounding it. Once we blow it out, it'll look like it's made out of colored glass. It's going to be some kind of bronzy brown. Overlay them, they don't mix.
They don't mix.
So you could put a blue over yellow, so it kind of looks green, but you can't, they don't actually physically mix. Will it really be the exact shade that it's going to be for the rest of its life? So the heat distorts the color, only temporarily. So now if you look at the bubble in the kind of side view, you can kind of see where the colored glass is and the clear glass surrounding it. Sarah, in the jean shorts, a dark shirt. She's seated to the left of the workbench. She's the person that's going to be blowing. She's going to blow through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflate the glass while Gabe, sitting at the bench, shapes it. So you can see Sarah's blowing as Gabe does the shaping. The next part of this process is to put a little crease in the glass. The tool in Gabe's hand is called the jacks. He's going to squeeze the glass and make a sharp notch in it. That notch is the place where we'll be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe. The tools are called the jacks, and making that notch is called jacking it down. His assistant is holding a wooden paddle in front of his hand to shield him from the heat. So Sarah's blowing, and you can see the bubble getting bigger. It's just like blowing up a balloon. Now that it's blown out a little more, you can barely see the distinction between the colored layer and the clear glass. heat up a chunk of the color, and then we drop a big blob of color on top, and then smear it until it entirely coats the original bubble.
Okay.
So it's just because one little layer of colored glass. So you see that? It looks
Yeah.
orange, but if you cut through it,
Yeah. It's mostly clear.
yeah. But by the time we blow it out, it'll look just like it's made out of colored glass. The reason we do it this way is so that we can have any color we want, anytime we want. If we melted the glass in the big furnace and filled it with blue, we could only make blue things. If we coat each piece individually, we can have any one of 200 different colors
Yeah.
whenever we want it. Hi. Do you guys have any questions? We're making that chalk drawing that you see on the floor. Can we put up the drawing, the original drawing, up on the big screen? Yeah, he's making the head. We made all the features and stuff. They're sitting in that oven over there. We're going to stick them on to this bubble. When he points the glass down at an angle like that, the glass is soft, and the bubble will stretch under its own weight. So he's making that bubble longer. Jordan in the white t-shirt is shielding Gabe's arm from the heat. The heat that comes off the glass is radiant heat, like an outdoor heater. It heats the first thing it strikes. If you put the paddle between the arm and the glass, the paddle gets hot and the arm doesn't. This is the design of our guest artist, Salvador Jiménez-Flores. He's the man. There he is. Yay. Mr. Flores is not a glass blower by trade. In fact, this is the first time he's made stuff in glass. We often invite people from outside of the glass world as guest artists because their art is very good, and they come and they work with our museum team. The museum, they come up with designs, and our team makes their designs. Mr. Jimenez-Flores is a instructor at the Art Institute of Chicago, very prestigious art school. and his work is collected in many famous museums. Mr. Jimenez-Flores was born in Mexico. He grew up in Jalisco, and he currently lives and works in the United States. And lots of the work that he makes has to do with immigration, the challenges of having two cultures, and which has been his own experience, living experience as well. Jordan, standing up in the white t-shirt, is holding a wooden paddle across the bottom. You can see that it's wood because it's on fire. Why do they what? Oh, why do they heat it up before they put it back in? The torches allow us to focus the heat in a particular place. When we heat that part of the glass up and then we put it in the big oven, both temperatures rise in tandem. It doesn't dissipate. So if it was hotter when we torched it, it'll be hotter when we heat it up in the round oven. Yes. Wait, I can't hear you with the torch going. How do you color the glass? The colors in glass come from different metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up. Cobalt makes it blue, chromium makes it green, tin makes it white. You notice as this thing gets cooler, it's no longer looking that bright orange. We're heading towards, it's not quite the true color it'll be when it cools off, but it's looking more like it will. The cooler it is, the more you're going to see the true color. You guys have any questions? It's going to be about, I'd say, what is it now? It's going to be about 3.5 hours, 3 hours, 20 minutes. We started this morning, worked from 10 to 12:30, and we took an hour lunch. Now we're back at it. No, same, one piece, same piece. Yes. That particular tool is called the Jax, and it's lubricated with wax. So we torch the blades, steel blades, and then we rub it on a block of beeswax, and that lubricates it. Yes. So you heat the blades up so they're hot, and then we rub them on a block of beeswax, and that coats the blades with the beeswax. The glass that's wrapped around the end of the metal pipe, that glass has to be kept warm or it'll crack. So periodically you'll see one of the glass blowers grab a torch and just warm up that glass around the end of the pipe. Now we're going to drill a hole in the bottom of this glass form. We'll take an ordinary electric drill. Chucked up in that electric drill will be a sharpened tungsten rod. We heat the tip of the tungsten rod till it's glowing, and then we can drill right into the bottom of the hot glass. So Sarah is preparing a second steel rod called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. This is going to hold the sculpture from the bottom while we shape the top. That's Sarah in the jeans and black shirt. So Sarah's made the punty with a hollow pipe. We're going to stick it over that hole where we drilled, and so we'll be able to blow into the, we'll not only support the form, but we'll be able to blow into it even after we break it off the original pipe. That's called a blow punty, P-U-N-T-Y, and it allows us to continue to inflate the form after we've removed it. Has anybody got any questions? So Sarah, over on the right, is preparing the punty. Gabe is hanging out in the center, waiting for Sarah. Sarah's coming over with the punty. She'll bring it to Gabe. Gabe will stick it on the bottom. So that's going to act as a temporary handle to hold the form while we shape the other side, the opposite side. When Gabe feels that that bond is strong enough, we'll take a pair of tweezers, dip them in water. We'll drip some water where we want the glass to break. And then a sharp tap on the pipe will release it. So here he goes with the water. He's dripping it in that notch he made earlier. Give it a tap, and off it comes. So now the form is held from the bottom. The top is exposed. The top can be heated and shaped. Has anybody got any questions? I'd say 15 pounds or something, plus another maybe 8 or 10 for the steel pipe. It always feels like more because it's way out on the end. It's like picking up a bowling ball with a fishing pole. The leverage is all wrong, so it feels like more than it weighs on a scale. Over on the far right, Nick has made a little disc of glass on the end of that steel pipe, and we're going to use it to grab the opening and stretch it out a little. is it. Another day, another dollar. They're making that drawing on the. Can we put up the drawing? So that's our guest artist, Salvador Jiménez Flores, and this is his sculpture. Can you see the drawing up there? Yeah. That's the sort of head, body. So we made all the features and stuff. They're sitting in the garage, and we're going to stick them on. Yeah, you did. So we've been working on this for about 3 hours so far. Yeah, I wasn't here, so I didn't see it, but. So we just stick that disc on the top, and that gives us a kind of an anchor so we can stretch it out a little and get those tongs in there, the jacks, and close up the top of that form. So now the top of that form is closed, but if you remember, we drilled a hole in the bottom so we can still blow air into it. Hi, how are you guys? Do you guys have any questions? Anything you'd like to know? sitting to the left. He's the guy that's blowing. He's inflating that form as Gabe, sitting at the bench, shapes it. Can we put up some of Mr. Jimenez-Flores? Flores, what did I say, Torres? Flores. His, look at this. Yeah, that worked. The closed caption is going crazy. So these are some sculptures by our guest artist. He works in several mediums. He works in clay and bronze. He also does prints. But this is his first venture into glass. So the design that we're making is his design, and it's being executed by our resident team of glass blowers. Gabe's taking a stick of glass and sort of scratching the places where he wants to place the features so you can see. So over on the far right, Nick, the man with the shaved head, is gathering the glass for the nose. glass is softer than it looks. If she doesn't keep it turning, when she stops, the glass is going to start to sag. And we're trying to just keeping this thing warm until Nick is ready with the glass with the nose, for the nose. So she's just in kind of a holding pattern. All right. Do you guys have any questions? They're working together. Yeah. Nick on the far end is making the nose. Well, he's getting the glass for the nose. He's going to bring it to Gabe in the center. Gabe's going to stick it on and then shape it. This is going to be, I'll show you a drawing in a minute. Can we put the drawing up on the big screen? So if you look up there, so that's the sculpture that we're making. That's a lot. Yep. Well, we pre-made most of the parts this morning. They're sitting in this oven over here, staying warm. And after we get the nose on, then we're going to just start pulling stuff out of here and sticking it on. Oh, you guys. You guys have any questions?
We just got here, so we're getting the.
Can we put up the drawing again? So that's what we're making.
Is that all with bits, or is there stuff in the garage?
That's all the features are in the garage.
Okay. Oh, so they're in the garage.
Yeah, we made it. We made the mouth and the kind of cactus tongue. We made all that stuff. It's in the garage this morning, and we're making the nose kind of freehand, and then we're going to start sticking parts on. That's the artist's shirt.
We're on a schedule for getting thrifting.
He's not a glass maker. He's mostly a ceramicist. We're going to do a little cosmetic surgery on the nose. Kind of whiskey jug, and they added the features. Every once in a while, we have to warm up the connection between the metal rod and the sculpture itself. If we allow that connection to get too cold, it'll crack. Does anybody have any questions? So we made a kind of a ring of glass that's going to be sort of the lips. It's been sitting in the garage since this morning. We're going to heat it up a little extra and stick it on the face. So we're getting ready to add the eyes. Nick has got a torch. He's heating up the places where he's going to put the eyes. Jordan in the white t-shirt. He's waiting with the eyes in the garage. When Nick is ready, he'll bring them over on a metal paddle. Nick grabs an eye. We made these earlier this morning. We've been keeping them warm. Now we're ready to stick them on. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. Can we put the drawing up on the big screen? So that's what we're making. You just put the eyes on, and now we're going to put a little lips around the mouth. So that's what Gabe has over there. So we pre-made a lot of these parts this morning. We've been keeping them warm. Now we're going to attach it to the body of the sculpture. Started at 150, so we've been working on it for about a half hour. Wait, no, we're good. An hour and 150, 250. Yeah, an hour and 30 minutes. Can we put up the drawing up on the big screen? Well, I mean, it's all going to be glass, but he made a bunch of the parts this morning. So I think we're going to make the flame freehand now, and then the kind of cactus leaf extensions there. Those are all made. So we're going to put on another one of these flame bits. Nick, are these mostly yellow?
Yeah. The base color is yellow and then there's red chunks in it.
So all the colors that you see are distorted by the heat. These kind of flame-like extensions that we're adding, they're mostly yellow. They look orange. They're mostly yellow. And they have little bits of red, which almost looks black at the moment. So the colors you see are very distorted by the heat. When they cool off, they'll return to their natural colors. So now we're going to add one of the cactus leaf paddles that you see in the sides of the drawings. We made to attach the cactus leaf to the side. So before we attach these cactus leaf paddles, we drilled a hole in the basic shape so we can blow through that pipe. The paddles themselves are hollow and they're sitting over a hole, so we can actually blow air into them while we're working.
I don't think I need to. I mean, if I see him, if it looks, is it on the big one? I can't remember. It is, huh? Yeah, I think so.
Has anybody got any questions? So we're getting fairly close. We're pointing up the flames. So all those flame type bits that look orange, those are bright yellow with red dots. Yes. It'll be get put in an art gallery and sold to a millionaire. Nope. Nope. I think the best thing I would say is look on Mr. Jimenez-Flores uh, Instagram in about 3 weeks or a month.
How does he get it home without breaking it?
Puts it in a big box.
It's a big box, like styrofoam peanuts, just
Yeah, hopefully not peanuts, but
hopefully not peanuts. Is he making more artworks while he's here? Or is this
yes. No, no, no. He's our guest artist Wednesday through Sunday.
Do they
So,
have any of his other sketches that he's going to show us?
let's see. Might have one on my.
Oh my gosh, look. It's going in. Orlando.
We'll be making this one tomorrow.
Oh my goodness. Wow, I can't. Wow, that's gonna be an interesting like texture. It's all that woven.
Everything you do here is streamed to the internet. So if you want to
Oh,
peek in,
do.
just go to museumglass.org, click on the hot shop, scroll to the bottom of the page. There's our live stream.
I will probably be just having this on in the background while I'm.
One of the things that makes some things like this sculpture difficult is to keep all the parts thick and thin, a uniform temperature. The thin parts heat up fast, the thick parts heat up slowly. So if we get the whole thing too hot, the thick parts will start to bend. If we get it too cold, the thin parts will start to crack. So maintaining all these different, because it's such a complicated form, maintaining all the temperatures is hard.
No, it's come away since we last stopped. You just explained one of the biggest questions we had was how you guys have to keep everything the same temperature. The thick glass, the thin glass,
Right.
the tips, the heavy bases.
That's where the torches come in. The big round oven kind of heats up generally, but kind of all gets heated the same. And with the torches, we can compensate.
What do you suppose that weighs out? They're looking really heavy.
I'm thinking, no, more like 35 or 40.
And then the glory hole, is that just heat or glass in there?
No glass.
Just heat.
We put up the glory hole diagram. Just a brick barrel with gas burner in the side.
So the one down there on the far right, is that glass in there?
The one where you can see the glow, that's just another glory hole. The one with the doors closed, that's the glass furnace. And we have another glass furnace straight ahead. The guy in the dark blue shirt, you just put the pipe in the pan. That's our guest artist, Salvador Jiménez-Flores. They're employees of the museum. There are So I think we just have one more thing to do, and that's the flames on top of the cactus. Oh wait, no, no, no. We have the cactus fruit, the tuna, prickly pear fruit. That goes on top of the leaf at the very top. So the bigger this gets, the more parts it gets, the more difficult it is to maintain a uniform temperature. The little thin bits, like the points of the flames, those will tend to cool quickly. The thick, solid parts will stay hot longer. And we've got to be careful also about the attachment to the metal rod. So we have 3 of these prickly pear cactus fruits to go on top. Got 1 on there, got 2 more to go. So we have to heat up the part we want to attach, and we also have to heat up the spot where we're attaching it. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. We're going to drill a hole where we attach each fruit. Now we have all the parts. We want to make it as uniform a temperature as possible before we put it in our annealing oven. Everything that we make has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. The thicker it is, the more variations in thickness, the longer it would take to cool it. So I imagine this will be a couple of days. So now we're making all the preparations to get it into the annealing oven. Over on the right, Nick is putting on some protective clothing. He's going to carry the finished piece to our annealing oven. Gabe is using the torches to make sure all the parts are warm. None are too hot so they don't bend, and none are too cold so they don't crack. So we're going to use water to crack the joint between the metal rod and the sculpture itself. Gabe will take his tweezers, dip them in water. He'll drip a little water where he wants it to break, and just a light tap should release it. So there's the water. Into our annealer. To cool slowly overnight. So let's have a big hand for our guest artists, Salvador Jiménez-Flores, Gabe Feenan, Nick Davis, Jordan Lavelle, Sarah Gilbert. There's some glassblowing competitions, not like a worldwide. That's right. We stopped it during the COVID, but it's kind of a fun thing. It's half. You guys like to do me a favor?
Well, we were good. We're in the playoffs. So we don't have enough people to. I mean, we're still terrible, but we're like third best of the terrible teams.
visual, right? Like almost like making like that pattern with lines.
Yeah, the only thing about that is if we're gonna do that, we need to like pull the cane, prep the cane,
Oh,
which isn't
okay.
a big deal. It's just like we're
It's
gonna need
planning.
to load the color to pull the cane. It's not something that we'd just be able to like.
Yeah.
I mean, there's different kinds of like, and we don't have any of this particular color, but there's certain things we can do in the glass to make it look kind of fabricy. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
Like it's smooth, but it has, it's more of a visual texture. I would call it, I guess. It's not a
I'm down for that
physical
too.
texture. Like we could do something like this. Like we could make some twisty cane with some of the colors that he has. I don't know.
It's
Maybe.
like a total other end of the spectrum. But what about the like wire brush or the soft grit? Give it like that kind of
Really?
Super crusty.
Yeah, maybe like on a
built-in.
small scale. There's a lot, so many different little things we could do.
Just depends on kind of the.
Are you looking for geometric type of thing, or
It doesn't have
natural?
to. It could
Natural,
be.
like when I would say that,
I kind
you
of
know,
like
natural
that
wavy
idea
kind of
too,
thing.
a little bit more like.
When you were getting that, he was talking about basically like a well, kind of like. I mean, that's how I was interpreting what you're saying. Like the twisted lines. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we can zigzags. I mean, if you find look around on the internet tonight and like maybe look at some like glass objects or something, and if there's something you see like
Dave?
what's that?
We have like some of the stuff where you optic molded, wind it, and unwind it.
Oh,
You know
yeah,
what I'm
the
talking about?
tumblers. Yeah. Do you have one of those tumblers?
In my house.
This was
Oh, there might be one
popular.
on my desk.
This has a would have a little bit more a geometric feel. It won't be as woolly.